treasurer pro tem. Motion first. Number second. Roll call. Aye.
Aye.
Walsh, aye. On to adoption of the meeting agenda. Board of Education needs to adopt the meeting agenda.
So move.
You first. You second.
Oh, I'll second, sorry.
And second. Any questions, concerns? Roll call.
I sent some revisions late Sunday night. I motion to add them to be part of the discussion for the policy review. People are not opposed.
Add those to the agenda. Revision?
Yes.
Board policy BA, BBA, BF, BB, and BF. Oh, not BG.
Yeah.
Oh,
I did not
yeah.
have EDG.
Three, we'll make those changes. I don't think we have to vote on them.
Correct.
There's four.
Yes, there's four.
I heard three. I just need to check.
Got a copy there. Also, a copy.
Yes.
I don't know if I have a print out of all of them.
Paul had said he.
Yeah, they were with
They're right
everybody.
here. in front of me. I got one. This, right?
Yeah, and lots of it, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I looked at them. I'm good.
So we don't want to vote to add it to a special meeting.
Oh,
We just want to, we just want to vote to, why don't we just recognize that
Yeah,
we
that's right.
received
We
those.
can't add to a special meeting, we'll
Right.
recognize them.
We'll
We're
recognize them.
discussing
and-
those
yeah.
policies, so that's part of
We'll
the
agree,
discussion.
we'll agree to recognize them and consider them
Yeah.
our deliberation.
Well, that's part of the discussion, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, Ms. Emma
Yes.
and Mr. Kirschner, this is to adopt the agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Ms. Walsh, yeah. So, Mr. Kirschner was first. Who seconded that?
I did.
Absolutely.
All right, policy review. The presentation, will be next. And, this is, Megan with Groveport with, Western Herd. Thank you, Megan.
Hello. Yeah, so I'm joining you guys, and let me know if I need to speak up. I'm happy to do so. My mom's a retired teacher, so I know teacher voice, and I can implement when necessary. So you just let me know if I'm not being loud enough. I was asked to talk about kind of board governance and roles and general information about committees, board committees, administrative committees. So we're going to talk about really quickly, maybe the next 10 to 15 minutes, because I know you guys have a lot of important work to get to today. We're going to talk about just some basic considerations to be aware of when it comes to those types of things. So board governance is first. The governance structure is essentially structured so that the Board of Education as a governing body, the board as a whole is what governs the district. And individual board members essentially do not hold the same power as the board as governing body unless that authority is granted to them in some way through some type of board action. That can be through board action set forth in policies that are adopted, separate board action with regard to particular items or circumstances, resolution, things like that. So unless that authority, though, has been designated, it's not something that an individual board member holds in their capacity. The chain of command is also really important to kind of keep in mind here in terms of the governance structure of a district. So the chain of command is typically set forth in the district's organizational chart, and the organizational chart is required to be adopted into the board policy manual. So that's something that you guys would have in your board policy manual. And it sets forth the fact that the board is kind of at the top here as the governing body. The superintendent and treasurer are the two positions that are directly responsible to the board in that structure. If a district were to appoint a business manager, the district would have the ability under that statute to also have the business manager report directly to the board. It doesn't have to be structured like that, but the statute gives the board the authority to do so. Other than that, all of the other positions are typically responsible to their direct supervisors up the chain of command to the superintendent, and how that's structured through your organizational chart. So the role of the board typically revolves around adoption of policies and procedures to guide the governance of the district toward the board's mission and vision. Board policy adoption is one of the most important functions of a board of education. It's something that can be really cumbersome. I mean, you guys know when you have your board policy manual, it's really, really long, right? And kind of keeping everything up to date is not a small task, but it's a really important function because that is how the board tells everyone in the district and the community and the students, the staff, what their expectations are. Boards also vote to approve items like the school calendar, the budget and appropriations, things like that at the recommendation of administrators. Strategic planning and setting that mission and vision to align with policies and procedures is another thing that the board is responsible for. And also serving in this appellate capacity is another role that the board has. So it's really important. A lot of times when you have complaint procedures or things like that in your board policy manual, the board will serve in an appellate function within the scope of those policies and procedures as things move through the chain of command. So it could be really important to ensure that even if a complaint comes to the board, that the board directs the complainant or that information to the correct individual policy so it can be processed accordingly to maintain that appellate function that the board may serve in depending on the policy that's at issue. Did I go ahead? Okay, so role of the treasurer is essentially to perform all of the duties and obligations related to money. I know that we kind of joked about, treasurer pro tem is a big job, right? But the role of the treasurer is such an important job that there's even statutory language that specifically says that your treasurer can't be responsible for other jobs outside of the scope of treasurer duties because treasurer duties are so important and all encompassing. So your treasurer is also responsible for directing and assigning employees who are responsible for day-to-day fiscal operations of the district. And then of course, taking meeting minutes and pushing out notices and scheduling meetings and things like that. And typically will serve as records custodian as well under your records retention policy as it relates to public records. A lot of times a people services director will serve as records custodian when it comes to student records, but almost always it is your treasurer who's going to serve as your records custodian as well. And then when it comes to the role of the superintendent, your superintendent is essentially your chief executive officer for the board. They are mainly responsible for implementing the policies and procedures set forth by the board. Your policies are typically your who, what, and why, and any kind of regulation language is the how. How do we accomplish the who, what, and why of the policy? So the board, through its policy creation and revision responsibilities, sets that standard, and then the administration goes forth to implement and enforce those things on a daily basis in line with the mission and vision of the board. Your superintendent is responsible for directing and assigning teachers and other district employees and students to schools and grades, things like that. And then performing any other duties that are delegated or designated to the superintendent. There are also some statutory duties, right, that might specifically by virtue of the law be designated to the board or a particular administrator. So duties can sometimes arise out of law as well. The role of building administrators then, which would be kind of your assistant or deputy superintendent, principals, assistant principals, other administrators, is essentially more of the day-to-day kind of on the ground in the building sort of operations, managing staff and things like that. And there are other administrators who are responsible for position specific duties, right? Like an IT director, a special ed director, a transportation director, who might be overseeing particular areas within the scope of the district's practices, and operations. So from a chain of command perspective, right, within the scope of the organizational chart, it's really important that everyone understands kind of what their different role is and how those roles work together to make sure that everyone's working effectively and communicating appropriately, because proper communication is vital to ensuring that things are processed accordingly and running smoothly. So that is kind of board governance in a nutshell. From an Open Meetings Act and board committees perspective, it's important to kind of start with the basics, right? So, and that starts with what is a meeting, right? A meeting is any prearranged discussion by a majority of members of a public body about the business of the public body. And it doesn't matter what the meeting is called, right? Like today, this meeting was noticed, minutes are being taken, it's held open to the public, because even though we're calling this a work session, it is a work session. It is a special meeting of the board. And so it has to be treated like that, and OMA needs to be complied with anytime a meeting occurs. When it comes to board committees, the statutes related to the Open Meetings Act say that this applies to committees and subcommittees of the public body as well. But the statutes don't affirmatively define what a committee or a subcommittee is. So generally speaking, a committee of the board or a subcommittee of the board is a group that was created by and reports to the board. We're going to talk about administrative committees here just for a second. But generally speaking, when we're looking at board committees, you're going to look at a number of factors to determine who created the committee, who does the committee report to. Committees can have some board members or no board members. Whether a board member serves on the committee does not dictate whether it is a board committee versus an administrative committee. Any board committee could even have no board members serving on it. It is important to keep in mind that you should never have a majority of board members on a committee or participate in a committee, even if it is a board committee, because that creates implications for the board as a governing body also under the Open Meetings Act. So for instance, you had a board committee and 3 board members on a 5-member board were serving on that committee. All of their meetings are both a meeting of the committee and technically a meeting of the board if a majority of the board is there at a prearranged discussion, engaging in a discussion of the business of the public body. So that creates kind of double notification obligations for the board and the committee. So it's a good idea if you're going to have board members on a committee to keep it to 2 or less. Yeah.
You said that, I just want to make sure I heard you
Sure.
correctly, that it's 2 or more serving, or it's the majority of the board is present. So as a constituent, if there's 2 board members attending, can I come as just a non-board member because it's open to the public, or how does that work? Because I'm an elected as well.
You mean if there are 2 board members serving on the committee, can you come to observe the meeting as
Or
another board member? Yeah, so you certainly cannot participate, right? So because it's a prearranged discussion by a majority of the members of the board of the public business of the public body. So if there are 2 board members, which is less than a majority serving on the committee, and a 3rd board member just comes and observes and doesn't participate, technically speaking, I think that you could make an argument that that person's not engaging in the discussion. So it's not a majority of board members engaging in the discussion. That is a risky argument to make though. And so it's something that, I would recommend staying away from. Anytime we're looking at something like this, we're going to consider not only the legal standard, but also the appearance of impropriety and what position that might put a governing body in. And so you'd want to just keep that in mind when you're kind of thinking about how many, if any, board members will be serving, and then kind of what that looks like if others want to join. Again, engaging in that discussion, if you have a majority of board members present and they're engaging in that discussion, that creates legal compliance issues, certainly. If you have a majority of board members present and not everyone is participating in the discussion, you might be okay from a legal perspective, but that might create appearance of impropriety questions that you might wish to avoid. So yes, any other questions of committees?
Does our policy dictate anything that might be a little different?
I don't have the policy right in front of me. I do have copies of it, but I mean, so we're going to talk about committees more specifically here just in a minute, just for a second. But you have one policy that talks about advisory committees, which I think are more ad hoc committees, and another that talks about board committees, which would be structured as standing committees. We'll talk about the specific kinds here in just a second. So Really quickly, the OMA basics, the point here would be if you're dealing with a board committee or a board subcommittee, that committee has to comply with all the OMA requirements. And those basic requirements would be that any meeting has to be properly noticed, held open to the public, and minutes need to be taken of those meetings. And there has been litigation across the state on Open Meetings Act and Public Records Act that has kind of increased in recent years. And so it's always been important to make sure you're complying with any legal obligations. It's even more important now because there is definitely more of a microscope on particular issues. So you want to make sure you really have all of your practices in order. Board committees and administrative committees are an area where there's always been quite a bit of gray area in the law and in implementation. And so for that reason, it's always been kind of risky, and especially now. So again, if it meets that definition, it's a meeting. It's either a regular meeting or it's a special meeting. And special meeting has a subcategory, which is an emergency meeting. And I'm not going to get into the weeds on that because that's kind of outside the scope of what we're discussing today. And I know we have important business to get to in terms of board policy, but it's just important to note there are different notice requirements associated with the different types of meetings. So it's important that whether obviously it's the board or whether it's a board committee, that the committee is aware of those legal obligations to provide appropriate notice. When it's a special meeting or an emergency meeting, notice is required of time, place, and purpose. And when it's a regular meeting, which would be any meeting scheduled at the organizational meeting, it's just time and place that has to be noticed. So there's a different standard. The other thing that's important to note as well, once the purpose has been noticed and you come together for the meeting, you can't add things outside the scope of the properly noticed purpose to the discussion that occurs during the meeting. So it's important to make sure that there are good practices in place for providing that notice and it is applied consistently. Again, minutes have to be prepared even for board committee meetings. They have to be promptly prepared. They have to include sufficient information so someone who wasn't present would be able to understand the discussions that occurred and the reasoning and justification for any decisions that happened. So it doesn't have to be word for word. There are a number of different ways that minutes can be captured, but they have to be sufficient to ensure that someone who wasn't present could read the minutes and understand what was discussed. They are approved, and after approved, they are maintained. They are public records. Minutes in draft form before the next meeting when they get approved are also public records. So draft minutes are public records as well. So if you get a public records request for minutes before the board has assembled again for a subsequent meeting, those would have to be released in their draft form. Just designated though clearly as draft. And then obviously to the extent that an executive session occurs in any sort of meeting under the allowable reasons under 121.22 G, minutes are not taken of executive session. So what the minutes would reflect would be the allowable reason for entering executive session, the time when executive session was entered, and then the time when the body returns back to the open session and resumes its meeting. You don't adjourn your executive session because that's action. No action can be taken in executive session, all of those types of things. So, okay. So to what I had mentioned before in terms of types of board committees, there are a number of types of board committees, and sometimes the makeup of committee and the standards related to them and their responsibilities are governed by the law. So committees established by law, rule, or regulation are one form. So like a business advisory council, with some exception, you're supposed to have a business advisory council. There's an opportunity to go through your ESC, but if not, you have to create a business advisory council, and there's statutory language that talks about what that looks like. A district records commission, that's another example. So the district records commission, there's statutory language that says that the superintendent, treasurer, and board president are the members of the district records commission, and they have responsibilities for reviewing records before they are disposed of. And there are specific obligations they have in terms of processing records under your RC2, your records retention schedule. So those are two examples of statutorily driven committees. Don't require any board action to create them because the law already creates them and dictates what they look like. Board created committees are different and can be a number of different varieties. As I mentioned, you have the one policy that talks about standing committees, right? So standing committees are typically assigned at your organizational meeting, although they can be created at any time. Typically, your board president is going to be designated, and your policy is the person who appoints people to these committees. And that typically plays out by the board president saying, hey, is anyone interested in serving on this committee? And then designating anyone, as yeah.
Not just, so that means that we're not.
On the designation
Yes,
piece, yeah, so typically speaking, board policy will say, when the standard would be that, your board president would be the person responsible for designating who will serve on the committee. And in a typical practice, the board president will first ask, does anyone have interest in serving on this committee? But ultimately, the board president is typically tasked with.
That's in our practice, because that.
Yeah. And so standing examples of this would be like your policy committee, curriculum, facilities committee, things like that. And they are not like they stay in place year to year until the board formally takes action to dissolve them. So they get created and then they stay in place, right? And they continue on. An ad hoc committee is a little bit different, right? That's a committee that's created for a specific purpose. And so an ad hoc committee essentially is created for the specific purpose. And then once that purpose is served, the committee kind of ceases to exist, right? That's typically how that would work. So if you're considering building new buildings or making large renovations or something like that, and you need a committee to work on some recommendations for you, something like redistricting or strategic planning or something like that, you might wish to create an ad hoc committee for that purpose. And it's really important to remember that committees can be a really effective tool for boards because, you guys know how much work there is to be done in your standard board meetings. So, when they are structured well, it's a really great way to delegate some responsibilities to a well-organized group to assist the board in kind of making its ultimate determination about what direction it's going to go with things. Policy committee is a really great example, right? So having a policy committee that can review policies and then come to the board with recommendations, and then the board considers them. Again, ultimately, it's the board that acts to approve or not, adopt or not. But having a group of individuals who can do the legwork and present that to the board can be a lot more efficient. That ad hoc committees are typically, again, like I said, they're not a standing committee that's going to stay in place from year to year. Something like a policy committee usually would be. Committees of the whole are another option, and people don't really use these very often because it really makes more sense just to have special meeting, honestly. That would be if there is a particular reason why you might need to have the whole board present, but you're handling it outside the scope of like a regular meeting. Again, in most circumstances, it just makes more sense to just schedule a special meeting of the board as opposed to creating a committee of the whole. But something like performing a search, like a superintendent search or treasurer search, where there would be a reason for all of the board members to be actively present for everything, might be a reason why you might assemble a committee like this. But again, you can accomplish the same thing in a special meeting of the board. So administrative committees are, and this is the last slide, they put my picture on the slide after this, so I'm not going to switch to it because they can put it in the presentation, but they can't force me to scroll forward. So administrative committees are the last topic here. And again, this gets a little dicey, and there's been a lot of argument as it relates to some of the litigation we've seen across the state about Open Meetings Act, about administrative versus board committees. And I think that there's a lot of confusion there too. So it's really important if you're creating administrative committees that you are clear about what you're doing. Now you can't like Michael Scott the situation where he says, I declare bankruptcy, right? And the other guy's like, that's not how it works. You don't just say it, right? It doesn't make it true. It's a multi-factor analysis. So you want to make sure if your intent, not your intent because you're the board, if your administrator's intent is to create an administrative committee, that they are very clear. This is, my administrative committee. I'm appointing these particular individuals to this committee. They are reporting to me. Here are kind of the marching orders and the expectations for this committee. And here's, what I would like to see them accomplish or what I'm looking for them to advise me on. They are not required to comply with the Open Meetings Act requirements. And so it's really important to make sure it is clear what your intent is, and that it's not only what your intent is, but in practice that the committee remains a committee of the administrator, remains reporting to the administrator. Now, board members can serve. You might have an administrator who says, I would like a board member to serve on this committee, and that's fine. That doesn't change the characterization of the committee from a board committee to an administrative committee. It's not encouraged and it's not typical that that will happen, but there could be circumstances where your administrator might want a board member to serve. So like I said, though, the most important thing you can do is make sure that there's a clear designation of intent and that in actual implementation of the committee, nothing runs afoul of those obligations and changes the characterization of the committee from an administrative committee to a board committee. Because again, if it is truly a committee, I mean, even if it's called an administrative committee, if it's operating as a board committee, OMA should be applied. Any questions about that kind of general information?
Did you have somebody on an administrative committee, do you set guidelines like they're not speaking for the board, or they are speaking for the board, or are they just there for informational purposes?
I mean, I think their presence and participation on the committee would depend on the reason why the administrator has invited that individual to serve on the committee. Board policy typically will say that your superintendent is a spokesperson for the district and your board president is a spokesperson for the board. And so again, I mean, certainly board members still retain their own personal First Amendment rights to speech, but it would be important in any setting for a board member to be clear, I'm not here in my capacity on behalf of the board. And that's another reason why it's not a great idea to have board members serve on committees like that, because if you're in that type of situation, it puts the board member in a bad situation because they're essentially saying, I don't speak on behalf of the board. I'm here participating in my individual capacity. But then, it's hard to avoid the expectation that you may speak. We run into that a lot with bargaining, right? Where in some districts, a board member will serve on a collective bargaining team. And even though they don't have the authority to speak on behalf of the board in that capacity, there's still this push for it. And so that can get challenging. Again, I mean, there could be circumstances where you guys might want that option available to you, but if you do avail yourself of that option, if an administrator does create a committee like that and have a board member on it, it's important to be really careful about that. Both.
What about the argument that a superintendent can't assign a school board member because the school board member is their superior?
Well, a school board member could certainly decline to participate. I mean, I guess, a superintendent can't force a board member to serve on a committee.
It's invitation. They're not really.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. And I mean, frankly, even if we're looking at staff members, like let's say we're talking about bargaining unit members, right, and committee participation, even a union could say, well, that's, a change to terms and conditions of employment or something like that. There are plenty of circumstances like that where, there might be an administrator who, wishes to have certain people on a committee and those people are not willing to participate, and that's fine, right? I mean, unless it's within the scope of the standard job duties, it's not something that you could force or direct, right? It's more an ask. Okay. All right. Well, that's all I have. So I will disconnect this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you here the duration of the meeting, or are you?
If you would like me to, yes. Unless you would like me to not be. But I would, just as a reminder, right, I cannot offer legal advice in open session. So I would just remind everyone that this is obviously, just like we talked about, a special meeting, which means it is open. And so I can provide general information, but not legal advice. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I got really confused just now. I've sat here 2 years and we've had legal advice from the attorneys in the audience for the entire time of the meeting.
Yeah, if I provide you legal advice in open session of the board while you're live streaming, that can create waiver of privilege issues. So I can't provide you legal advice in open session of
Well,
the
that's
board.
new. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just like, wow, you're the first person to tell us that. That's interesting.
Okay, well, thanks for that presentation. I thought it was great information. Does anybody else have any questions for Maggie? So we can move on to board work session, discussion items, board policy review. This is the policies that we've had on there for a little while. We start with board policy BDA. I did print out a couple of things that actually said something. And I just got these done. So, if I just got Ashley's policy that she wrote. Right. Appreciate it. And I just kind of blended hers with the revised one.
These are another section with that.
And this is just my suggestion to blend hers with the one that, so it is time to get.
Thank you.
I'll take my time. You email it to me, I can pull it up. No, so Ashley sent me hers,
I was awful
before.
correcting there on the email.
and that's okay.
I
So
forgot.
I have not had an opportunity to take a look at those and Kathy sent me these, but like right before I
So
was
these
heading.
are ones that you're looking at, the email you said that's based on what's on the agenda.
The original ones that I
I do
I
not have any
didn't get
copies.
these until,
I think we did.
I'll send it up for me.
I would be happy to take a look at them, but
So did anybody else have any changes or revisions or questions about what we had in front of us?
What is the conversation begin as far as the need to assess the policy and why?
Well, I'll say for me, because I'm the first one to brought them forward, getting attacked by what I put on social media, and areas where I see, conflict, like we talked about day-to-day operations, and school board members can't do that. We absolutely do it. If we're doing a new transportation contract, that is day-to-day operations. If we're looking at using evolved systems, that's day-to-day operations. If we're determining, how we're gonna do cell phone policy, that is day-to-day operations. There's a lot that we do that is in fact directly affecting day-to-day operations. So, there, it's a fine line trying to draw between, interfering with the daily duties of the superintendent and saying that we don't affect day-to-day operations. So that was an important one for me to clarify, because if you really dig into it, we definitely, with some of our policies, affect day-to-day operations. When we decided to do the evolved system, we got, well, not we, in this board did, they got pretty in-depth about how many there would be, where they would be, et cetera. So that gets pretty specific in the day-to-day operations. So I felt the need for that. And I really felt the need for, after the one voice thing that I think the USDA brought, and that's a totally different thing, probably what we're looking at here, was and with the lawsuits, it's important to me that we recognize, board members' individual rights. It would be like us passing a policy that said, when, Bush and Obama and Biden and Trump are elected, you vote, and once that person's in, you can't talk bad about it. You have to, we all are one voice. I didn't appreciate that. I don't think that's correct. So I wanted to address that. And then, there was obviously some ambiguity where hiring a business director wasn't in there. And if you have an unlicensed business director spending authority, that needed addressed. And I'm sure I'm not covering everything, but my experience over the last 2 years pointed to me to some issues where we needed additional clarification. So that's where, and I was appointed to a board committee, policy committee. We had one meeting and then it was shut down, and I pretty much felt like we had no voice. Everything was just from that point coming from the superintendent, OSBA down. We weren't discussing it like we were here. So with the new board, I wanted the opportunity to voice some of those concerns.
Can I say something to that? Everything he brought up is correct, except for a few things. I just want to be clear. The board approved the cell phone policy. Then we came up with administrative guidelines on how we were going to implement it. Then we presented it to the board because we're trying to be transparent and communicate about what we're doing. And we actually involved some board members, especially within the safety committee, on making some decisions. But we made a decision for the administrative guidelines for cell phones. So what we're doing in the schools as far as our cell phone practices and administrative guidelines, that was the superintendent's decision.
Right.
But the superintendent wants to be collaborative with the board and involve you in some of those things. But I think there might be a misunderstanding. I don't, the board didn't make a decision on what we were doing with cell
So
phones.
if we're given choices. We were given choices by the state. And when we choose those choices, we box you in to a particular course of action. You might have choices administratively within that. What I'm saying is, we affect, when we say there will be no cell phones, or that we want the cell phones in pouches, whatever we decide, that affects we are affecting day-to-day operations. You of course choose how to implement that, but when it comes to law, when we choose, say, this is the metal detection system, and
So can I bring it in a little bit?
Yeah.
Because this is about this one policy right now. And this question that John answered, I'd also like to say that our board policy on the development policy is proposals regarding board policies and operations may originate at any of several sources, including students, community residents, employees, board members, consultants, or civic groups. So board membership bringing is not unusual, and it's part of our policy, but I would really.
Yeah, I agree. John, I think that we govern and it impacts day to day, but we don't manage day to day.
right. But, and that's where I was trying to fix that language, because it says, I thought it was ambiguous the way.
And then Kathy, the reason I asked the question wasn't because of where it originated from, it was the nature of how it originated and the urgency behind it. I wanted to understand if there was something very important that occurred or a widespread issue and why we are feeling the need to change the policy.
And
Usually you don't change a policy based on a situation, you change it on the historical nature of like unintended impacts or some kind of improvement that you're trying to get to.
yeah,
So that's why I was trying to understand the need for a change, because if it's just a one-off, there's no need to change anything.
If it's just a one-off, meaning I don't follow.
Meaning it's specific to one instance and not a widespread issue, meaning the policy is fine, there was just an isolated incident that occurred. You wouldn't change a policy based on one instance.
Well, I think
you could.
to counter that, if you spent a couple $100,000 in legal fees on an argument over whether or not I could speak, then for me,
or who?
So there are policies that we have to update on an annual basis, and the OSBA puts those on board docs. You can look at them and they give you sheets.
It's called a PDQ sheet, and we were doing.
And they're listed there. Typically, the superintendent brings that and he'll bring and do the red line first, and then the green line, just like the one you said here. That's what I did that way.
Streaming one.
Do it, and,
All right, I'm seeing closed captioning again.
Yeah. Do it so that they.
Okay, I think you're good.
Bring a recommendation, highlight the changes in the report.
Step to the side and just tilt it down so it,
Anyway, but I'm just saying, if we're
Like
going
that.
to revamp all of our
yeah,
policies.
so it captures everybody.
Well,
With the policy
Okay.
provider, I feel we're going to go round and round and not all agree. So, not to be Debbie Downer, but we're wasting our time essentially.
I don't understand, I guess, what you're.
So if we're going to, at the end of the year, as Megan suggested, because it's been 3 years since we last did the policy review, whatever the heck it's called. We're going to do that this summer.
This is correct, right?
So,
Number.
Thank you, Nate.
Well, it doesn't matter when we do that.
I think we can find out from them how long the process is, and or how long we want the process to be, because it was already stated that the first time we went too fast. So it sounds like we want to slow it down. So let's figure out what that in-service is, and then if it's not within that scope, we may need to ask them for more time. So then their standard service may be a little bit more if we want to slow that down or bucket that by our sections that we have here, like A and B, et cetera. So if the policy committee apparently got it, makes those buckets of goals, like we'll do A and B this month, we'll do C, whatever. I think that we need to first go to the SBA to figure out what their timeline is. Then the staff can support it. Their staff too, I don't know. But I know they do offer, I was on their website to see what there's a review service, and there, we were talking about it, so I was just kind of reading that.
Yeah, and the policy certainly reach out and, voice, the OSBA, say, hey, we want to go through policy A, section A and C, and then we want to go through whatever. However, you guys should work on that together, come up with a plan, and then bring it to the board, and make a recommendation to the board on how that process looks.
Yeah, and see,
Right.
yeah, they're,
And
I would just say, for me, I like being a part of it as a whole, because you get different ideas when we were all at the table for the different verses. And then there were times that we did do 2x2s for questions, but we did have meetings and went through those. But everybody's perception is different. I'm just throwing that out there. If we lose that opportunity to hear the other pieces and ask questions, it's echoing. You're not crazy.
I
I
turned
don't
that
even
mic
care about all
off.
that. You're not crazy, actually.
It got better and then it seems to have taken off again.
so did that
We're gonna learn a lot.
question actually? And plus the policy committee is gonna have to look at those ones that have to be updated. Those are legally required updates. They
And the
have to do that.
review service says, primarily available to districts that have completed their standard premium service within 5 years. Review and revise current policy manual with up to 15 hours of direct consultation. Is
And
what's on their
and maybe
website.
we should wait a little bit because we are wanting to tighten our budget a little bit, right? And if it says 5 years, then we're just sitting on,
It says
You're
within
right.
5 years, so
huh?
it says
You'll have to explore that option before you hit that mark.
5 years.
Once you hit that mark, it'll prompt you to
It's
the
to like do the
full
whole thing again.
service
We
again.
keep doing the, we do a future, we do our
There's
thing.
cost involved. with it.
Yeah,
So,
and I guess what I would just say is you will need to make sure that you are making updates for legal compliance, of course, in the meantime. In addition to that, to answer the question, the way that you asked before, one of the things from a timeline perspective that you want to be thinking about is stakeholder, not only stakeholder input throughout this process, but also communication with stakeholders about any changes that ultimately are going to be adopted by the board in advance of when those are adopted or enforced, so that all of your stakeholders, whether we're talking about your student stakeholders or your staff or administration, those stakeholders that will be enforcing the language, that they have advance notice of what the changes are, so that they are prepared to either comply with and or enforce the policies that you adopt when you adopt new language.
And there's a lot, the policy is so deep that if you try to go through it like in a month or two, I think you miss things. And I think new policies are rolling in, but also, one of the cool things for the one meeting that we had was, the different representatives of the teachers and of the other staff were there. And they were able to really provide some valuable insight to how things work versus how maybe a perception was, that helped with the policy. So I don't think going through them, I don't think there'll be a whole lot of like, we need to change this, we need to change this, we don't need to change this. I think we'll just, if you review them on a regular basis and you go through them, you might find, because of an incident like we had, where we have need for a particular policy to be strengthened. I think there's an opportunity to collaborate there with the staff and all the stakeholders.
Yeah, I agree. So the reason the BBG was in there is because we used to have definitions and now we don't. So, but let's go past that and, the policy committee, look at that and do whatever they want. Because that's, good for everybody.
BBC was just a glossary of
We're on
definitions.
to, BVR. Is the next, on the list, that's a new policy. And, that's was submitted by, Ashley, right?
Yep, it was submitted by me sometimes around town.
And,
I'll just be blunt. I want to shorten our meetings and try not to extend them till 3 o'clock in the morning.
and
Can that start tonight?
And the recommendation from Megan is not to adopt that language, which is too restrictive, and I think it is too, so.
So, yeah, may I make a comment? So the problem, the weak link here is actually that it becomes so difficult to manage. Robert's rules, I think, typically gives 10 minutes per, but let's say that I have my 3 minutes and I don't know who's the timekeeper and all that we could work that out. But I have 3 minutes and then I say, hey, Paul, can you explain this to me? My time stops, his time starts, then he comes down and I get back to it. And it just becomes, my 3 minutes could be 20 minutes if I engage Paul, if I engage the Morbitzers, whoever, to get answers. That's not really part of my 3 minutes. So it just becomes very difficult to manage. And the norm is 10 minutes. So I love the effort. I think we can do this, but I don't know that the 3 minutes works very well. And did I hear you say, LaToya, you thought it was too restrictive?
I just think that one thing is we don't all follow the same rules, so I understand where we're at, but I don't think it'll work.
You don't follow the same rules.
And I would just say, generally speaking, right, as elected public officials, that we talked earlier about the fact that from a boardmanship perspective, the board as a whole governs, and once the board makes its decision, the individual board members, there's an appropriate time and place to share your concerns, your position on that decision. And that typically happens within the scope of that discussion at an open meeting. And then, of course, as elected public officials who've been elected by your constituents because they believe in your individual platforms, then you vote accordingly, right, with what you believe individually to be the best decision. And then ultimately, it's the will of the board as a whole that governs, because that is the spirit of the law in our state. So I think that I can appreciate and understand the need to streamline that process, and I don't think that should go unaddressed, right? In particular, because of the length of the meetings you guys have experienced. Like, the goal is not the problem, but the manner in which you achieve it could potentially overly restrict your abilities as elected public officials to truly express what you need to express. There are certainly other mechanisms built into Robert's rules, and like we talked about, potentially committees. I know you guys have postponed things to a date certain, assign them to committees. You can direct the appropriate administrator, depending on the underlying thing that you're
discussing to gather additional information and present it to the board for a later discussion, right? There are mechanisms that you can use to, when you're in a situation where additional discussion or information gathering is necessary, I don't want to say put a stop to the discussion, but pause the discussion and then make sure that you're having it at a more efficient time. And that's not always foolproof and it doesn't always work the way that it should, but I guess what I would suggest is that it's a good idea to explore those other options, because otherwise if you're simply just limiting board member speech at the open meeting in this, or the time, right? Because this reads a lot like a public participation policy, right, in those limitations. The point of the meetings of the board is for the board to undertake the business of the board, and as elected public officials, you should all feel like you have adequate time to express your positions, and then, obviously vote accordingly. That is your time to do that as individuals, individual members of the board.
So I want to make sure we rather have to do it here than versus out there. That would be my concern. And we'll be back in the same boat. So if we did that, would we not be able to get everything out here in this setting? And we, at least that's why I thought. Like we'd be able to have a discussion here. If someone felt that their time was stifled, then we're out in the cyber world being keyboard warriors, and that's not good either.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's from a legal perspective and also from a boardmanship perspective, right? You guys should be having those discussions in open meetings of the board for both of those reasons. And it should be productive. And so to the extent that you feel like, you're experiencing issues with spinning your wheels and things like that, it would be looking at the mechanisms that are at your disposal to make that a more efficient and focused conversation without unduly limiting individual board members' ability to express their concerns. So I think that both of those can be addressed. And it is entirely up to the board how you want to address that. But with regard to the proposed language, I would just.
The proposed language is getting shut down. I can already read the room.
Well, I would just recommend that you look at making adjustments to some of those,
Our meetings are going to continue like this and continuing and just beating around the bush and trashing our district at different times and just looking at fold. It is what it is. We can just move on.
Okay.
It was my policy side. I say that.
Okay, the next item on here is your standing authorization for part 2. We've already approved part 1. This is part 2. We want to be more collaborative with that. So, I would say that they do not create any new powers or restrict roles discretion. Instead, it just clarifies when administrative action is permitted without prior board approval, and when matters must return to the board for oversight. Are there any questions?
My question would be, are we identifying what, if any of these, we want brought forward to the board meeting? Or, are we in agreement, we want these brought forward to the board, but we don't want to address them at this time, I guess is my question.
I think we
Well,
should.
no, I know the last meeting, if I'm not mistaken, I think a lot of us were talking about that this was kind of vague. I know that was a comment that if I recall, Consumer Union, as far as when you were, it was too broad. So I was thinking, that's why I was going back to compare.
Yes, I was thinking that.
Yeah, that's what I was.
We're looking for that.
So I was making, see if there was any additional thing that was added, that was what was discussed, so as we came prepared for the work session, that there was more clarity, to this, and I didn't see that, that's, I'm trying to go back to that meeting.
I guess I'm not following.
Okay.
You're asking for more, or?
That it was, when we had the discussion before regarding part 2, which we did, because it was too vague.
open to
There you
interpretation
go.
and difficult to enforce consistently.
Thank you.
Part two looks to there.
Yes. And if we want to move forward, we need to rewrite with clear, concise language and definitions. So all board members and staff are able to interpret them and apply them.
Clear 2000.
I got it.
Handy.
I was looking for it. I was like, I know I have it somewhere.
Notebook, like who's moved?
So how do you want
Somewhere.
to, how do you want to accomplish that?
Well, the thought was, I guess, whomever, like, can we get more information? And I think, I don't know what we're asking or the reason behind. Once again, that's kind of where we are. What's the reason behind it? So, or provide more clear, concise languages as Ms. Zimmer has annotated based off the notes. That's what I was trying for. So thank you.
More concise, or can you be specific?
Can you reread it
Can you
again?
point out something specifically that should be more concise?
When we met last time, we all said all of it. You mind if I'm not mistaken? Is that correct, Ashley?
Yes.
Okay.
So, number one was nothing in the standing authorization expands, diminishes the Board of Education's exclusive statutory authority. Only a recorded public vote of the board authorizes the expenditure of public funds. So, could you,
That's what we're asking you to do.
I'm just read, I don't understand what you don't understand. I guess I'm asking what are your questions about that particular, that one.
Can you reread your?
So that particular part
That one,
reads to most public as, we are not going to spend money unless we vote on it in front of the public, or board, no matter what.
So, yeah, you're saying.
I'm just
it
saying how it
doesn't
can be
cooperate-
interpreted.
It doesn't cooperate with spending authorizations, right?
Yes, I'm just saying it can be interpreted in many different aspects, so you are opening yourself up to a lot of liabilities. So if you're going to move forward, it needs to be way more concise
Yeah, so.
in black and white.
With spending authorization.
I know another question. I know this is something that was added. Was this something that we found from another district by chance? The part two, did you see this at another school district by chance? Just asking.
No, I think a lot of this was created by, me asking questions and looking at,
I just didn't know if there was a reference to another school district, that's all.
no, I don't think so.
I know you guys.
The contract,
it though.
the contract controls was written very specifically, right? About contract splitting, scope of, fragmentation, serial contracting, or other structural, to avoid approval is prohibited. And that means that if you had a $75,000 spending limit, you wouldn't split the same project into 3 separate projects that, when the overall project costs a couple $100,000 in order to just use your spending authorization. So that's pretty, I think that's pretty clear.
Is that addressed anywhere else in statute?
It's addressed in law.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
so did anybody have any changes they want to recommend specifically to this document? Or should we move on?
I just think it needs, as stated the last meeting, it needs to be thorough. And
You have
clear. I don't have any suggestions because I don't understand how it was written because I'm not the one that's author. We're going to the people who authored the document to sort of
Okay.
clarify,
All right.
so not
Fair
giving
enough.
any answers.
So contract controls,
Or not
I
giving
don't
any
want to,
answers.
I don't think you all want me to give specific instances, right?
I just
think,
wanted to be clear, like, we don't have to give specific instances, Mr. President, just more so, like, it's like she said, it's vague, like, that's what we talked about, it's very vague.
Right.
Executive session discussion, informal direction, or past practices is not constituted as authorization. That language there, so that means stuff that happened once again before these 2 board members joined, that negates that. Can that legally happen? If we want to keep going through any action lacking explicit board approval shall be deemed unauthorized. That's also already handled through statute. So I didn't understand the reason why that needed to be there. And then also how does that look to the constituents? The treasurer shall certify expenditures only when supported by clear recorded board authorization is required by RC 5705.41B. Invoices lacking such authorization shall be held from payment and reported to the board. Not sure where that is coming from, or why that needs to be reported to the board, because we do get our treasurer's report. I'm not sure what does such authorization mean? Like, I don't know.
So,
I'm just reading it, just,
The authorization, I think it means is, the ones required by RC 5705.
so if there's already a statute, so you're saying because of that, you want him to have another process, we're adding a new process in.
It's not a new process,
So
it's just stating the current process.
yeah. it's-
That's what I'm saying, so that's what I'm saying, like, that's already happening, right? Or
But what if when it's not? What if when a great high expenditure is approved and no board action is taken? Or the funds are certified and no board action is taken? This is just,
Those are accountable. And that's part of the authorization, authorizations, I guess. So, can I make a suggestion? If there's changes people want to it, that they go ahead and submit them, we'll put it in there. And that's what I thought we were doing today, it doesn't, I don't know,
No, I
but we
thought
can
that
start crossing things out if you
Legal
want.
services.
It doesn't make sense. So we made that suggestion last time, and you still presented the same document, unfortunately. It was mentioned, we did say it, and that's what we're supposed to have at this work session, we don't.
So cross them all out.
We've already voted on part one. At this point, if what was suggested to clarify more for this meeting hasn't happened, I don't have anything else to add.
From my point, part of working together as a team is each person who thinks there should be a change should bring that change forward. And
But
say,
it was-
hey, this is something, I don't understand this, and I think this sounds better, or this would be a better fit here. So,
But I hear what you're
this is
saying.
what was presented by somebody, and they were saying, hey,
And in
this
order
is
for-
what I like, and did a lot of work, it looks like, so.
yeah, the legal
Prepared,
service,
we should be looking at it and saying, no.
The legal
this is not good,
services-
This is not good.
yeah, the legal services is based on my prior experience, and that is, when I was on the board, when I was board president, I had a very strong liaison at the prosecutor's office, Nick Solus. And he was kind of like the right-hand guy, and it saved us a fortune. I could call him and get the kind of advice we get from maybe a Kegler Brown, et cetera. And there was no bill with that. And he would show up, he would do our public records training. He was exceedingly good at that. And that there was no cost to us. So we had way
What's a
less.
timely representation?
What's that?
What's a timely representation?
What is timely representation?
Yeah, like what's the time frame?
That could be clarified.
I mean, I sent suggestions January 14th, and then specifically what to say that I wanted to amend to. Just throwing it out there. So none of the things that I have sent to anyone has actually been done.
I sent a whole thing out, and it was supposed to be attached. to-
So-
Oh, so there's something else that we're not.
Clarified, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
Um,
just looking at what I got, so that's why I was
That
saying.
chart, and it had all that on there, I'm not sure why it's not attached.
Because I specifically said that this part needs to be changed to say legal services shall be provided to the county prosecutor when available and able to provide timely representation. A failure to respond to a request for legal services within 48 hours shall be deemed untimely for purposes of this policy, permitting board consideration of outside legal counsel. Concerns regarding the timeliness of legal services shall be presented to the board for resolution. Concise, definite information. This is what I said the whole time. I sent this on January 14th to Adam as requested, just throwing it out there. And it's never made it anywhere.
To Adam,
Collier, as he requested after our first meeting, a month and a half ago.
Well, this needs to be changed, that's what we were supposed to be doing here, I thought, collaborating, we're doing that 48
I
hours.
sent it January 14th when I was originally asked, is what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying I responded to the original email from Adam after we had our first meeting and said we were going to send our concerns and suggestions.
okay.
I did all that. Nothing happened to it.
Because it's supposed to happen in a board meeting, like right now.
Isn't that what was
No, I
specified in
thought
the email we
it was-
received from
It
Adam?
was, so.
And we
our-
discussed in the board meeting?
You're correct, Ms. Miller. In our January meeting, we did get suggestions. And then we were still waiting on the legal piece, finalizing that. And so instead, we thought we'd all come to a work session, talk about all things, the student voice, parent voice, the policies that were recommended by board policy from board members, to include this newly added part 2 for standing authorizations for us to talk to it. That's exactly what was supposed to. So she did her part in January. It should have made it to our February meeting. So we did a compare and contrast from the original and that. And that is where we should have been making any additional suggestions from for this meeting. That's what I'm following, if you submitted that on the 14th. Okay,
So what
so we're on the
happened?
same page.
Did you not get that, or did it get lost in the shuffle or what?
No, I did, I put it
Well, since we're in
together.
a meeting, can't you send it to all of us right now? Because we're in a meeting, so she can send it, because we're all here and
I'm
we'll
gonna send you
violate
the
anything,
chart
right?
that I did.
I don't know, like that.
You can discuss it, right? Like obviously in an open meeting. The issue is there's that White v. King case that says if you have ongoing email correspondence where a majority of the board
Well, then,
discusses,
can you send it to Paul, for Paul to send, or I don't care how we.
it's fine for you to discuss it because this is.
But I want to
the
see what
notice
she
meeting.
seems like she has a lot of notes, she said.
Oh, there was revisions to
She
the
had
policies
revisions
we
to the
already
whole-
discussed, and I think they
Yeah.
went back and said a bunch of
And that
stuff.
would
just to think of something.
absolutely be shared with the whole board. It's the engaging in a discussion. It would be like replying all.
No, we won't,
discussing.
I don't do that.
That would be what would create.
I would
additional
say the one thing I did have out of all this was the very end, the effective date, that all prior stating or implied authorizations are superseded. I didn't know what would that do to us legally? So I don't know if that's more of a legal question. And I think most of mine would have been more legal, and then how does this impact the work of our superintendent and treasurer? Those were my questions. But I thought we were gonna get more clarity first, right? And then that's what I was looking for. So that there's no confusion that I didn't come to collaborate.
So Ashley, what do we need to
To you,
do?
actually, because I don't know why.
You wanna
Does that
see-
make
I thought
sense?
I thought it was supposed to be attached.
Did you hear, did that make sense what I said or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Most of the people were talking, what were you trying to say, John?
What do you wanna do at this point? You want us to review what you've sent now, or what do you wanna do?
I was asking too, I'm asking too, personally.
To review them now, what Ashley
Oh,
said?
I don't care when we review them, I just think they're very open to interpretation and is going to get us in a lot of trouble.
Can we ask our legal counsel, now that we have a new board legal counsel, to review this part
It's
too?
good.
I saw this, I don't think I saw, and I saw a chart that referenced some of your comments, but I don't think that I saw the full spectrum of those comments.
And I didn't see part two when you're emailed it, that's why I'm asking. Part two, to the standard authorizations, did you get that? I see your email address as the policy recommendations, but not part two.
Right, because I was asked to review the policies. I did get a copy of this
Okay.
organizational meeting standing authorizations,
Yes.
but it wasn't clear whether this was something that had already been approved by
Part
the
one was
board.
approved, part two was not.
Right, which I
Part
was,
one is traditional.
sure. And so what I was not aware of is the fact that part of this had previously been approved and part of it
Gotcha,
has not yet been approved.
fair.
I would be happy to review the portion that is, I would be happy to review any of it that you want me to review, but to the extent that you want me to review the second portion and provide recommendations based on that and actually what you've submitted as well, I'd be happy to do that.
So I sent this chart, I think I might have sent this to you actually. I thought it was going to be attached to the meeting, I apologize, but it's not.
So it only went to Ashley, not the full board?
No, it went to everybody. Everybody
The
did.
chart rates.
And just
What
what
day?
I did quick,
What's the date on that email, Ms. Walsh?
I just sent it, just a second ago.
So did we get it before now?
I just sent it. Did you please?
Okay, so we did.
She's asking if you sent it before now.
No, I thought I'd asked Lori to attach this to the
Okay,
agenda.
I see what you're saying, okay.
But it looked at the changes that were submitted by Ashley, and I tried to address them the best I could. But at the bottom, the last two are the standing authorizations, part 2, F and G, and
Who prepared this document?
I did. Just trying to make it easier to follow what actually it's submitted, and I hope I got all of them on there. I thought everybody had this, I thought it was attached. So, this is,
So there,
all your questions about, that you asked during that email to Adam were highlighted in this. So, but then your new thing came
which changed things even more. So it was like, made you have a lot more questions, actually.
I guess, so, yeah, and I have the chart in terms of the question or concern that was raised, but it sounded like there was proposed language
Email.
to address the questions or concerns raised.
Yeah.
There was some, and then there was some that I didn't see how we could make concise and
Yeah,
applicable.
so
Okay.
that original document that includes the kind of the full spectrum of comments would be helpful to have as well.
You should have it.
Yep, it just popped up, thank you.
I had to find it again.
But I'm happy to review this and the chart and that and provide advice.
And then I will add the busy attached also to you, so we have that. And so can we move on from this one now, or do you want to still work on this one?
No, I just want to make sure I'm reading this chart and it says that, I don't know, I need to crosswalk the chart because it's saying that things like this says that there's no legal issues and I want to find them right now.
A lot of these,
Those
all
are
based on
not,
what
that's not
you're
going to lie
doing.
what it say, when those statements are made, so I just want to make sure.
Does any of this part two limit anything for us to accomplish anything?
I didn't
What
hear.
was needed was part one, so we took
I
care of that, yeah.
Is there anything in part two that we have to do to make it so we can move forward and make everyone happy and just put this behind us so we don't, no offense, Megan, have to pay Megan more
No,
money for
that's
review
totally
things?
fine. I mean,
Like,
I don't need it, but I just was trying to understand what it would do.
like what exactly do we need to do to make people happy?
Why don't we have her take what you provided and
I'm trying to avoid more legal costs. It's unnecessary. Like, what is the point blank thing that we need to accomplish to make this move forward?
I think some of these were on past, standing authorizations, but I'll have to look into that more deeply.
I just want to be done with it. I just want to be done with it. I don't want to keep doing this. This is like the fifth meeting. Like, what do we need to do to get this to go through? Like, what do you guys want done?
Put in the changes that you recommend, just vote on it and let it go where it goes, right? If it's
My
not-
changes weren't made because there's too many that are open to interpretation, so we can't base it on my changes.
There
my
are no
opinion-
changes on here, actually. It just says, you said put in 48 hours. I think that was one of your requests, or to that extent. But whatever, we don't just, I agree. I want to just go with you. Let's just vote on it and be done with it, So if there's no change.
But if
or
there's-
there is change.
But what I'm trying to get at is I'm not trying to shut down ideas. What exactly do we want to change? Like, what is the end goal in sight? Like, what are we trying to accomplish? What do we want to do to make this?
Like, what was the, that's what I asked.
So
originally.
to go through, I guess if we're gonna do that, we need to go through it, right? So, and what you said it was too many open issues that we need to close. So, do you wanna walk through that?
I mean, we can if you want. I point blank just want to know, what do you guys want done? Like, do you want this whole document to be approved? Because I can tell you right now, I will not do that.
No, you can see what we're
But-
trying to accomplish.
But yes, but like, what is the main, like, you have to, like, is there like a point?
What's the end goal?
One is to lower legal costs and to engage the prosecutor where it makes sense, right?
Yes, but we need to make that a point blank timeframe because we are never going to get answers from the county prosecutor's office in a timely fashion. Like, it's not, that's why I put in the language of the 48 hours, so we have a timeframe and we don't sit on our butts and do nothing.
And I don't know that statement to be true. My experience was much different, and it could be true,
Okay,
right?
well, that was a long time ago, John, no offense. I worked with the
I understand.
stuff a lot, like, they're overwhelmed and busy. I'm sure Megan can attest to that as well. Like, it's just, it is what it is. It's the world we live in now.
yeah, I mean, I think the other thing that I would say as well, it's not as if the county prosecutor's office is not capable.
Yeah,
from
it's not
legal
that, it's just
perspective,
they're too busy.
But they are busy, and then they also don't always specialize in school law.
Ah,
So I
okay.
would
Like, there's so many
also
factors
offer
in it.
that if there are some very
Thanks for that insight.
specific,
I understand that we can't, I didn't understand the why, so I appreciate you guys
There's
explaining
a
that.
lot of.
So that way everybody can hear, because I'm not on that side of the house.
and that doesn't mean to not use them as
Oh, I even
resource.
explored
They are an
possibly
available
using
resource.
Other
too.
districts use their own, like, city
Yeah.
law firms and stuff, but we
Yeah.
can't do that because
Gotcha.
where we are. So like, I explored different options on how to save legal costs. It's just, it doesn't apply to us as our
But
district.
like the prosecutor, for instance, they teach open meetings. They teach open meetings to townships, et cetera. So for that instance,
like that's what Nick Zulus did, they are pretty, they could be very available to say, hey, this is what's happening, are we on the right footing, that kind of thing. So,
So that's how I look at this also. I look at it as, it says, when available, so they'll tell you, hey, we're not gonna be able to do this timely. You know you have to respond within 30 days or 15 days, and they say, we're not gonna be
Yeah.
able to do that. So we know that's not timely, but if you have something that is not time sensitive,
Right.
and they can look at, then we do. But leaving it flexible, which is, I think Reminger, I don't know, one of them said, leave it flexible. Let me see, I have to look at this chart.
timely will be.
Yeah,
different
Reminger said,
things.
leave it flexible, and then you make the decision. If it's not timely, if you have to have a response within 24 hours, you call us and say, hey, can you look at this and give us a response within 24 hours or 48 hours? They say, no, we can't, then we know we have to go somewhere else. Or if they say, we can't help you with that because that's not our expertise or not where we would go, then we know that's where we would have to go somewhere
So
else.
that's why I did the definite answer of 48 hours, because I don't want it coming up down the road. Well, it's open to interpretation, it says timely. I expected us to wait a week. Well, I expected 2 days.
Well, I think
That's fine.
timely is different for every
Well, that's what I'm saying, make it a-
situation.
But that's what I'm saying. Everything that's on this is open to interpretation. So you're gonna see it one way, I'm gonna see it another way. So if we go tit for tat in 2 years, then we're butting heads. I know offense, I'm gonna see you were gone going, well, you did this 2 years ago and I didn't agree with it. I'm not okay with that. Make it cut and dry. So it is black and white, not open to interpretation. Do it the right way or the highway. It's very simple.
So what the law firm said to us,
I don't care what the law firm said. I don't. This is my opinion to avoid conflict down the road.
but it doesn't avoid conflict, if 48 hours is not
Then
timely.
change
for
the
this
timeframe.
certain thing, what if it has to be done in 24 hours, and you have 48 hours in there? This is interpretation by for the situation, right? Every situation.
Well, then what you're asking is
different.
you're gonna have a situation for everything. You're gonna have to spell it out then, because I will not agree to anything unless it is not open to interpretation and to be thrown back in the face.
Well,
I
without
don't
engaging
understand how
them,
it's gonna be.
Like,
without engaging them and finding out who's available, what their specialty is, then how do you nail it down? We could eventually modify this to say that, legal services for, open meetings will be, handled by the prosecutor because they're no good at anything else anymore. Or we could end up scrapping it if they're untimely, but if we're preparing for, March or April's board meeting and there's something confusing on there, that would not necessarily require a 48-hour response. But if you put your toe in the water and see what kind of representation they can provide, you might find that there is good representation and cost savings, and I think.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but what I'm saying is it's not very likely that it will be able to be used in our circumstances.
And I think back to what you asked originally, like, what's the end game just to begin with it? Like, what is the point? Where are we at? What is it that you want? And we'd like to step in here, but to me, it doesn't make sense, or it's not clear, as you stated. I agree with that. So like you said, just what is it that you want?
So just, here's a great idea, just scratch it. Because there's nothing prevents Kathy or anyone from reaching out to prosecutor's office and saying they want an opinion on this, and then you'll know if it works or not. Right?
Correct.
So why fuss over it? It's not like we're taking away our ability to do that, right?
I'm curious as to what the basis are for not likely.
She's saying that the prosecutor's overwhelmed. and
They're
not providing-
overwhelmed with work.
They're not.
I
providing
just
any
don't-
service.
See any time where we are going to have 3 months to actually seek legal counsel and get answers.
With the prosecutor's office.
Yes. I just don't see it being applicable in our,
A lot of our things are so
Operations.
nuanced that it would be hard to just reach out on a single situation when it's so complicated and complex that it, backdates or relates to something. Are they gonna be able to provide us assistance, given the dynamics of where we are? Because there's so many ongoing things that it would take they wouldn't have all the information they would need if we're just gonna reach out periodically.
Okay, so just scratch the county prosecutor. I think the attempt was to try and get them to do things that they could and reaching out to them and then
Okay.
saying, yeah, we can, or then saying, nope, that's not our thing, and then you move on. Because we don't ever engage them, or we may have been able to in the past, and we don't know, because we're not talking to them, we're not being a part. But it does say that they are our attorneys, and they provide us services, right? So there may be situations where they were, so, but if you want to scratch it, if that's a recommendation.
The other thing that you may want to consider is you likely have board policy that talks about designation of legal counsel. So to the extent that what you're looking to do as a Board of Education is say to control costs, we want to avail ourselves of these services to the extent practicable, you could look at making revisions to your board policy as opposed to, I mean, I've not seen your previous kind of standing authorizations to know what of this, and again, I haven't reviewed this in depth, what of this falls within the scope of what you typically would do, or, you know, but you may want to consider the fact that we do likely have board policy about approval of legal counsel, where that kind of directive also could be addressed.
Thank you for that. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Because, yeah, I mean, to me, a whole G is, each part is steps on further to the county prosecutor's office, right? If they are available, if they're not available, except in circumstances that require immediate action, everything's kind of clear, but,
Do you want me to send you those standing authorizations from the last 3 years, Ms. Stewart? I can.
Yeah, I mean, I would say
If
though,
you want
I
to see
mean,
the previous ones, I didn't know if you wanted them.
I'm happy to take a look at them, but, you know, in particular, Ashley, based on your comments, for me, in terms of when we need this meeting, I need to know whether and to what extent you guys want me to review this and advise or not. If not, that's totally fine, right? If so, I'm happy to do so, but I want to make sure that when we walk away from this, I have an understanding of what you would like me to do or refrain from doing as it relates to this. So I can make sure you have what you need. So, you know, I would say within the scope of it, that would be helpful if you would like me to review this. If not, that is fine as well. And it's BCG is the policy that addresses school board attorney. So if you're looking to establish these standards outside the scope of this, BCG would be the policy you would want to look at.
any more discussion on this one? Good one,
On the legal thing or?
on any of it, the legal,
You're talking about legal services, Ashley?
Well, that's what I was trying to figure out what we were asking on.
I had to scratch the last part, but before
which
we
one
go.
here, is it?
Effective date at the bottom,
Oh,
ask that to be striked.
Yeah.
We're gonna go ahead with that.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when we're down
contract
to the,
control, did we have any changes to that one?
where?
I know it's going backwards. but
I know, I was just giving you what I had off the top since you
Oh,
were
okay.
trying to mark that, so I was just trying to give you where I was at.
Okay,
I have one other thing.
yeah, go ahead.
So do y'all feel that F is not necessary because it's
No,
already?
let's go with something else.
I didn't that part, I don't feel that, I didn't, that's why I asked you, was it already in statute? I don't personally do, but I do appreciate the explanation for me to understand, where you were coming from, and I get it, because doing car purchases, you know, being a buyer for the federal government, you should split purchase. So I get what you're saying, but if it's already in the law, you get training for it, probably as a treasurer, there's probably all that stuff that's mandated with your license that you take, just like I do as a purchase card holder. So that's gonna supersede this standing authorization anyway.
Right, this was something that in the past, recent past, got my attention.
Okay.
Because we had one building, same architect, same project, split into 3 pieces.
Okay.
So it got my attention.
And then, I don't know where we were with the legal services changes or the final of that.
I think we agreed to scratch that.
We scratched on G and F, for sure. Is that what I'm hearing? Are we saying F and G are removed? I'm just asking so I understand.
F and G, I think G, right?
I said F, but
F.
yes, that's what me and John just talked about. And then he
Did
said,
you
well, are we
just say
getting rid of
scratch it,
G?
John?
That's what I heard.
I mean, it's up to them, I don't care.
Scratch.
I had it there for a reason, but
Scratch
if
G,
it's not, they don't deem it necessary, then that's fine.
investigation.
I think H goes a long way to, or could go a long way to reducing legal fees.
I was gonna, and I couldn't find, and I may have to go back and look in more research, but when I was looking at that one, I was trying to see what policy we touched on investigations, and it seems like we wanted to be a little bit more detailed, so if there was something that already covered investigations in our policies versus it being a standing authorization, and if there was a section that we needed to add that then would identify the process in which investigations are started or ended or whatever that looks like. That's what I got, but I wasn't sure. That's why I was asking when she was saying kind of vague, like I didn't understand. I agree, I didn't understand what it means. So looking at it straightforward, my question or thought is either we need to see if there is a policy that already addresses this to make the update just like we were considering for the other policy, or the other item on our list that deals with legal, what is it one that deals with the legal representation one? That's the one.
Oh, yeah.
So something like that, how we were talking about for G, instead of dealing with it in standing authorization, go to that policy that deals with standing authorization, the legal services part, do the same thing with investigations if there's a policy for that.
Is there a place this falls better?
So I have to
So-
go on.
So there are likely a variety of different policies that would address the topic of investigations and varying legal obligations at both the state and federal level that would potentially be impacted by this. And some of the federal and state law associated with those, and like, for instance, Title IX, sexual harassment grievance procedure, that is going to require you to do far more than initial intake and preliminary fact finding before you can get your administrators or whoever your Title IX coordinator is to come before the board to request that the board take formal action to allow them to continue with the other federally required steps. And particularly, I'm just going to use Title IX as an example, right? Because any of the other federal requirements like anti-discrimination, anti-harassment laws and things like that, those are going to trigger very specific procedurally driven investigation processes. And it would be, in certain circumstances, entirely impractical to require the individuals at the district level to come to the board and request formal board approval before seeking legal advice on how to handle those things. Title IX in particular, right? There are certain timelines associated with Title IX in general under federal law, and there may be additional timelines set forth in your board policy on that topic. And that is an area where, in particular, when legal counsel gets involved, not for on your behalf, right, on behalf of one of or both of the parties, that could unintentionally create procedural deficiencies. And then, so there are a whole host of topics that would be set forth in board policy already again.
Right, so to go into Deanna's point, rather than try to fix an exception to the rule in investigations, we probably just need to go back and see where this wasn't followed, right, and just address it.
That would be a good approach, right, to assess the need while also mitigating against unintended consequences.
Right.
And I might be off basis, but it seems to be that we are trying to eliminate spending. So could we not just set forth a dollar amount that if a investigation or something goes to X dollar amount, then it has to be brought to the board?
That could possibly be done.
Just that way it's not so back and forth, like it's just black and white, no matter what it comes.
You certainly could look at that as an option. I think, depending on the type of investigation, that might be more or less practical. And in certain circumstances, like, so for instance, like with the Title IX, right? a lot of times reaching out to your counsel, whoever that is, right, at the outset to request advice about how to proceed can mitigate against substantial legal costs later.
Exactly.
Right, and so part of that relies on the individuals responsible for implementing these processes and the board's trust in those individuals to make that decision about when that call needs to be made. And if there are concerns about that decision-making, then it would be looking at making adjustments to the policy and access to the legal counsel to put safeguards in place and oversight in place. But I think that you also can do that and address that without formally requiring the step of, you have to come to the board at a meeting, the board has to take action for it.
Right.
Yes.
That can be unduly burdensome and unintentionally create additional liability because of creating compliance with issues with timelines, you know, driven by federal law, state law, whatever. So I think that you can address the concerns in a way that mitigates against unintentionally increasing costs, right?
Okay.
I'll just start out as a suggestion. That's
And
fine.
absolutely,
It's a
I
good
mean, that's something you
suggestion,
can consider, and in certain circumstances that may work. Depending on the underlying situation, there are circumstances where maybe it wouldn't, but
Yes.
it's definitely a valid thing to consider as an
Consider a
option.
scope also, maybe, having a scope of what the investigation is, like a Title IX investigation.
Yeah, well, and though something like a Title IX investigation, the scope and the,
Yeah,
under the
scope
current
is
rule that we're
already-
operating under federal law, that tends to get,
Pretty far.
yeah, they become extremely cumbersome because of the current legal standards associated with the process. Anyway, that's,
So some work needs to be done on this, a lot of things taken out, a lot of things looked at, the board members commit to looking at those, and then we come back, and do we want maybe to look at it too? Or do we want to just make it go away?
My perspective of it was we can implement it in different policies.
Right.
Personally, that's my take that I got on it, and also from what
That's what I was
that
saying.
I
To
agree.
look at different policies,
we could amend the existing policies to incorporate it into it.
if they don't already.
If they don't know.
Well,
what
yes,
it
it's
is,
not there,
I
yeah.
think we just need to do our due diligence to see if it is in the policy first.
Kind of cross-check and reference and tweak where needed it, needed.
Sounds like that would be the policy committee would maybe look at that or something.
And some of these things also could be addressed from an HR perspective and expectations and goals with our two employees. So if there are instances that there's questions, this is an opportunity as the employer, or the rater rather, to then address it in those areas. So we've got two opportunities to review policy as well as performance standards.
So we get to move on then?
That's fine.
Do we have a plan there, just, we're gonna let that go for right now, is that what the plan is?
So let them go,
You don't
then
need-
part two.
Wait, is that all right with you, John? We need to
Yeah,
let Megan-
I'm ready to move on
Okay, move
from
on.
this meeting entirely.
so I will not be reviewing this.
No, no.
To the extent that you guys would like assistance or input on any of those changes, let me know, but I'm not gonna.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you these because what was attached, I sent these to Lori too, are formatted where when she transferred them to the board docs, it must have became unformatted, and I do think there might be a wrong page number on one of those, so these are the same things that are there, just these are formatted.
No, I believe it could look like the last time though.
Huh?
What's on board docs did the last time? The framework they look like this the last time.
So should be the same thing, but just not formatted, which might be easier to read than the other one.
I just gotta say this way, it's separate, you didn't make me hungry. I'll get her now.
I have another one. You want to dig in my purse? I can dig in my purse for you. I'm gonna dig in my purse.
I have some of that.
Okay, I got
Just
water.
moving up, that's all.
I'm sorry, listen. Sorry. That's real.
Okay,
I got it.
so,
Become prepared.
so the planning framework has been in front of the board since January. It is not reactive, it is structural. It defines how we govern, not what we value. What, not what. So, and, like so Standing board committees exist to perform oversight, fiduciary, review, compliance, capital planning, academic monitoring. Those are governance responsibilities. And I just thought this was I haven't received any feedback from this at all. So,
My feedback honestly will always be that in our district, because of where we are, the parents and students should be first. So a lot of these other issues have been addressed in board meetings. I've checked with other districts. They have had a facilities committee and things of that nature, like a Gehenna. And I think even Reynoldsburg, when I chatted with them, if I'm not mistaken, these things have been worked for, like, especially when we're looking at new buildings and things like that, through the admin lens, where a lot of the school districts now, with what's happening with the budget, have been focused on parents and students. So that's just my feedback.
so it's also a lot of also, and they
That's
have
fine, I can write it.
committees. Pardon?
I didn't know if you heard me or not.
Picking up what you're saying, sorry.
It's okay.
Um,
And I guess for me, we're already doing this at each board meeting. What is the difference in what we do collectively? Because when I've checked with other districts, they don't necessarily have all these standing committees. I know it's nice to have, at least the ones in our area. So I was just asking.
Well, I know the OSBA training that I went to, and that was the Toledo School Board, they talked about these being the most critical committees that they have. The superintendent talked about taking a load off and them being able to conduct more business, and that the information was sent up the chain to the board, so they were better prepared for board meetings, and their board meetings weren't so long. And I think if you do look up committees, that these are kind of the core. And I don't know that a lot of them have to be that intense, but facilities, security, look at some of the challenges we've had with some of our grounds and maintenance and upkeep and all that. I think there's great opportunity just to have a little more in-depth look than we get through our regular board meetings, and just be able to send things up the chain, and just be more involved. I think it gives us additional time to look at that and ask questions. And
I would
that's
say
where-
just hope that we have the full mindset to really be here for the students with these committees like this. That's all I'll say.
I'm sorry, mindset is all.
Mindset and the heart to make sure we're looking after our students, like all those that are
Right.
participating. That's all I'm saying.
And I think why this is important for long-term and short-term goal planning, right? So these committees could function as the funding, to be looking at the financial for facilities improvement, what we have and what's happening. And the facilities to be looking at what are our building boundaries right now? Should those be changed? Should they be updated? How many students do we have in the building? What are our capacities in those buildings? And those proper studies that we're not utilizing the full capacity. How we looked at that, the policy and governance, of course, they can look at the policies that will help with long-term planning and implementing and all those. And then the student achievement and instructional, they could look at, are there any things we need to change? And then those four committees could come together with the board and say, hey, look, this is what we have. Because the board needs to look at their short-term goals and their long-term planning goals. And this way, you could set these committees to do those little parts to a short-term and long-term, and then come together at the board, make recommendations. Of course, the whole board look at it. They can all watch meetings, these are public meetings, these aren't private, but, they could go and take some of the time and do it, and then that would take time away from the overall board meetings and be more structured, that's all.
And
I have looked at other board districts that do have these, and from our, if you take training in on their website, these are the policies that they recommend.
Can I just ask a clarification question?
Sure.
Okay. So we did the facilities committee and the policy committee
Yes,
in February. Are these going to counteract those? Are those going to go away, or are we gonna then have 6, or?
no, I would say.
I was just doing clarification, just so I know.
When this was first presented, was back before those committees were appointed. And the goal, I thought, would be just do away with the committees and start.
That's why I was trying to figure out what we were
start
doing, just so I
But
was.
we didn't, but yeah, we could always update those. The language in those are pretty good, and this is pretty similar to it, I think. We could look at that, and just update those, you know, we update those policies, committees. But we do have 2 of these committees right now, so,
And I think the
But they're not
committee, I think the
called,
committees can have a look at this and come back too also.
yeah.
That's what I was trying to figure out, like, I was like, just for clarification, just so I can look for.
Yeah,
I
but
think-
these were presented before that was appointed.
And I think
so.
if we come together and we do our board planning and set goals, which, I mean, I think we're gonna be surprised how many of the same goals we have. That the student advisory and the parent advisory are gonna bring forward issues, and those can go to the appropriate committee, get filtered, examined at a greater depth than we have time for when we're trying to get through a board meeting. Move those forward, and hopefully that leads to the more efficient meetings. So, speaking of which.
So the committees we voted on, that's not what we're talking about, correct? I stepped back to this direction.
Well, I would say it is a little bit because there were 2 of those are on here. And when this was put together, and on the agenda was, put together was prior to the appointment. So this has been on since January, right? And then we just put it into the work session. So I didn't update them or change them because that's what was originally said. Let's send this to work session. So of course, those 2 committees could be updated to reflect this language or stay the same as what they are. This is something I thought would help us as a district to make decisions grounded in more data-driven, and I just thought it would be a really good idea, and it was following OSBA, and there's some other, did you have a copy of it, Paul?
Yes.
Okay, so we have Ashley and John on policy,
That is correct.
and then you and John are on facilities.
Yes. And
And what are we doing with so the question, we are discussing finance and student achievement, or have those been assigned as well?
we don't have it, we don't have
Okay,
it.
so what is this again? Is this a recommendation? I stepped out, I just missed the beginning, I'm sorry.
So this is what, this is the board planning framework. That's it on it. And these are the committees that this, highlights in this.
But we voted on committees, correct?
I appointed the 2 committees, yes. So,
We voted on 4 in total.
well, those were student advisory committees and the parent advisory, those are next on this. This is a different topic. This is a different discussion. Looking at these committees and how they will interact with the framework. We established committees for Board of Education, establishing committees and scope, setting planning priorities and expectations for those committees, conducting public work sessions if needed, determine timelines and adoption of plans. The board does all of
I
that.
read this, but what I'm asking, are you proposing that we adopt the 2 additional ones?
Well, not tonight, but
Oh,
yes, we will be proposing those. That's.
I might be off basis, but I think the confusion is when we were gonna do the motion to just continue to dissolve all the existing committees, that was voted down, so she appointed people to the facilities and the policy committee. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, at the end of that meeting is when we established the student voice and parental voice. Those have not been appointed yet, so I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is just a discussion on these ones.
Correct,
The
the
one
one,
here says
correct.
approved though, on the, it doesn't say action item, but it says approved resolution on the agenda.
I missed that, sorry.
That's okay.
I was like, I'm just.
That's why we're looking.
I was looking at the federal.
Yeah, so if you go look at this one, it does say approved resolution entitled resolution establishing board committee planning and framework, so we open it,
Where's that? I'm sorry.
it's the, on the agenda, and then lists all 4 of those committees, so that's what she's asking. So if you go to the board agenda and then click on the item that we're on,
Well,
there's the framework and then there's the resolution and then it does say approved and
That-
subject.
I did not catch that.
Okay.
We actually said during the meeting, planning meeting, that this is not.
I don't,
vote.
yeah, okay, I just wanted to read what it says.
Of course, that is
Okay.
not, no,
All right.
it will not be.
And it does list all the ones that you're
Looking at
thinking
these
of.
for discussion.
And so that's why she's asking, so it's still the plan, with this resolution though still being here, then we're not approving it. The question I'm hearing Ms. Herbert asking is, are these other things going to be on there, because this resolution has them all listed.
Right, that should not have been on,
Okay.
so.
That's incorrect, got it.
This is a work session, not a.
But even going forward, are we adding all of those? That's what I'm asking.
Well, that's what we're discussing right now.
Gotcha,
I
okay.
mean, since we already have a facility and policy, would we just update them to reflect changes or keep them the way they are and just, vote on adding a policy and governance and student achievement? I think that would be fine. And then let those 2 policies, the committees look at this new language and see if they think it's better.
So for the record, I just want to say that I don't think anything is wrong with any of the committees. What I think though is that this board or boards, however, has never really developed a relationship with the community that's needed. And so we jump to and somehow have all this time to do facilities and policy, but we can't show up for the things that are most important. And I think until we get that addressed, how can we really be effective in these other community areas? That's what my hesitation is. So it's not that I'm anti, so just so everyone understands where I'm coming from and what I see and what I've experienced being on the board and being as a parent. And people, we're not in the buildings, we're not doing the, like we should be involved in those spaces at the appropriate places, the things that are happening in the district as well. So we can garner the buy-in and it's not a set group of people who may not have students, or everyone should be at the table. It shouldn't just be parents. It should also be the retirees. It should also be our building cruiser club, all of the things. But we have these silo buckets. So until we kind of address the culture and climate first, how can we really be that effective? And that's just me. But whatever we end up doing is what we're doing. I don't think it's a bad idea, but my focus is always going to be the parents and the students first, because the rest of this will work out so much better once that's addressed. So I'm open to whatever, but I definitely, my biggest concern is always going to be the culture and climate first.
So you want to focus on the students right now?
No, I'm just saying.
No, like the
I
course
just-
is on another.
That's good, and that.
I'm just gauging, that's
Yes.
what you're.
Yeah, so originally, before you all got here, that was the focus of the previous board, because we thought that there was a disconnect. So we wanted to make sure that the students knew, because there's a lot of negativity in our district. There's a lot of things that happen.
Say that, just have to have 2 parents.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's-
I'm one too, so.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying, like, that was one of my heartstrings, really, like, how do we engage to get people to really understand what the Board of Education does, get folks to really understand the work, what our administration does, that's not clear. So when it's time to go get involved in things like that, everyone doesn't understand that, but we're ready for all this time and effort here when they still don't even understand, like, all the way, or how can we do better being outside and getting them engaged or getting involved. That's why I was not anti. I just think there's some things that should happen first, so.
Been on it, help me out if I'm wrong. Since we have the voice for the students and the parents, could we not bring these to them to get their input so they had a say in it before we establish anything?
They're saying in what committees we have or what we.
Like if they feel like this is a good use of our time.
Like the students or the.
Both.
parents?
So, can I chime in here?
It was just a suggestion,
Okay.
I like that suggestion.
just to get
My
feedback.
thoughts
They're all
were
their
on
customer
these
first.
committees, that you certainly would have parents who would come to the committees and give their input on items that matter. And part of facilities, students coming in, if there's a certain topic area, have students come in and give their opinion. Also on student achievement and instructional. I think that they would have more impact in a committee meeting to the board if they're a part of it and learn a little bit more about governance and say, hey, here's the policy that the committee or the student achievement thing, the committee, or the board has tasked the committee with. And we need some students to come in and help give us some direction and input and what's your thoughts on it. Or parents who maybe have finance and audit, they're accountants or whatever, who are in the district, who can come and do that. I think they'd have more of a voice than what they had in the committee, the student and the parent advisory committee. I kind of feel like those committees, their voices were lost a little bit, and that would bring it.
My only reservation with that is the student committees meet during the school day. When you have the committee meeting after the school day, you interfere with parents having to drive the kids.
Well, there's nothing that says
And
that
other-
these committees can't have a meeting during the day.
But once you do that, then you remove the parent aspect. You see what I'm saying?
No,
Most parents are at work during the day.
right.
So if you have it during the day to be convenient for the kids, then you lose the parent involvement.
But
You see what I'm saying? Like, it's gonna be hard to try and
If you're
appease everyone.
asking for students' involvement, but if you're asking for the parent, I guess I kind of see that, but
It can be all that.
Yes, I just see a lot of kickback from people on that.
Right. I mean, one of the successes I had before was when we did a community roundtable, and it had to be done with different committees, and we had city council there, we had township trustees there, we had OBETS people there, we had police there, we had fire there, and it really coalesced, and to the point that what you're talking about, Latoya, is I'm sitting here and I feel like, wow, I've got these skills and this will be good and it'd be good for the district. And I never got that opportunity. I was never put on a committee, and when the one committee I was put on was one meeting and done. So I see great opportunity to do what you're talking about, bring in community members, engage parents. I was doing that with the policy committee. We had a little disconnect as to whose committee it was at the beginning, which makes sense. And I was preparing an agenda, and then the superintendent completed an agenda. We didn't quite gel that first meeting, and that was pretty much it. So I think there's great opportunity here, and we certainly know how to schedule meetings for the benefit of both. We can have meetings during the day to involve students, student council, the voice committee. We can have meetings in the evening, and there's no reason you wouldn't, in some cases, mix them up depending on what you're working on. But I think, I just look back at some of the different issues we've had with facilities maintenance, some of the goals that we have, hopefully for being more efficient with our transportation and communities and kids not being split between two schools, different things that we can just work on. And certainly I've had the time and the energy. I don't like being here for 8 hours in a meeting, but it's as far as working on committees and all that, I've always had the time and the energy. I just wasn't really, hadn't yet been given that opportunity.
I think once we change the name and the scope or the intention of the committee, like taking away from the student voice committee or the parent voice committee, it accomplishes identifying concerns, issues, and suggestions, as well as increasing engagement and that connection that's necessary and needed to move our district forward. There is a huge disconnect between our families, our community, and our schools. And it needs to come together to be more of one.
Mhm.
So, yes, I'm not saying these committees aren't important, but it's important to have parent voice.
Yeah.
It's important to have student voice. They are the ones that are the most impacted by what we do here. Also, I think it's a disservice, and I know we're still in the preliminary stages, but let's just say the two minorities in the room are not on a committee. That's ridiculous for our population.
That's all.
And I was, and
Oh, oh,
I
I
agree
wanna-
with
I
her,
wanna-
hold on, I'm not done, I agree with Ashley, so I wanted to
Can
say
I
thank
pause
you.
for a second? Not cutting her. Can we let Megan go? It's 10:30 now, she wants to go home. That's all I want to say.
Can we let everybody go?
I'm just saying, like, I don't think there's a reason she should stay here unless you want to
Well,
say,
I
just
would
go knock
like
it
to
out
stay
there.
here because
I was about to say, unless you wanna wait for this last one.
Then we're almost.
Yeah, I was just gonna try and do it, so I want you to go.
Well, I just.
That was all I-
And I think people wanna respond.
We're almost.
I just I agree with what you're saying, and I don't think that, like I said, I'm not anti these committees. And so exactly what Ms. Deanna is saying is that I'm looking at how the student and parent would then drive what committees. That's what I'm saying, because they're the ones that are impacted with what's happening in the schools. That is what the intent was with parent in the very beginning, and students to figure out what the issues are to then bring back, what that looks like. We never got that far with parents. That was the first time. Student issues, we kind of resolved at that level. We still shared projects, we still shared all those things. As far as students getting here, it is hard to get here after school. We do have transportation sometimes that are challenges for students after school, so that's why they stay late after school. And we have to find people who, we have great PTOs, PTAs, or just community members that donate money, so that way the students are there, that they get food after school. So that is the concern. So my thought would be that those two committees could provide recommendations like, hey, this is what we're seeing, here are what the issues are, here, and this is why the facilities would be most important versus a policy. And maybe it would be facilities and finance versus policy. And you see what I'm saying? Not that I'm anti any of them, I just think their input, like you stated, actually, is what I was saying in the beginning, letting them have the say on how we go, because they're the ones that are directly.
And let me.
Wait, I need to know.
But I just wanted to make sure I was
Wait.
summing
I
that
wanna
up and
address-
being clear on that
Are you
part.
done?
Apparently, so yes, ma'am. Uh-huh.
Thank you. The reason I'm just a little hot right now, because Deanna made a comment that no minorities have been appointed, and that's just false.
She did.
It is false, and I don't appreciate those kind of racist statements being
It
made
wasn't racist. I
against
said
me,
I understand.
because that's just not right.
Okay.
So Ashley and John asked to be appointed to the policy committee, and I appointed them, and I appointed me and John to the facilities, because we both have a construction background. You, Latoya asked and Ashley for the parents, and they were both appointed to the
No,
parents.
we were
So
ready.
we never did the students,
You
because
said no,
John
you
wasn't
wanted to
there,
know.
so John wasn't there, so those haven't even been
I didn't
appointed.
say anything
So,
racist, so I'm
to me,
sorry you
that is
took it
racist.
like that.
I-
But that
I most
was a
certainly did.
statement, and because
You
we
said
had
no
seven-
minorities have been appointed to
Correct.
committees, and I'm
That
going
is,
to
but
appoint
that's
them.
correct.
That is.
No,
And
the
our
parent
students,
advisory.
You didn't appoint anybody that committee.
That's not what our meeting minutes that was sent by Adam said, and that's not what it said. It said those two were appointed
You said, and then you, in
to
the
the
meeting,
parent committee.
that's
Yes.
right, what you said in that meeting, you said, no, I'll wait till
No, I
John
said
get
that
back.
for students.
That's not what I heard.
Well, that's even with the minutes that were prepared by Adam today, so just saying.
Hey, I would like to say real quick, we have a parent here that sat here this whole time, didn't need to be here. And you and your neighbors constantly ask for ways to get involved. You're begging to be involved. And I think she should have a say here in what was just said.
It's not a public meeting.
Ah.
You can't. But she can
I
go
spoke
back
for-
to do public participation.
Okay.
At our next meeting, so we don't go to jail.
You're better at being quiet than I am.
I don't get trouble.
Here's one thing. Here's one
Thank you,
thing.
Latoya.
You welcome.
Here's one thing that I don't want to happen, and I hope, Ashley, you'll be here with me on this one thing, okay? The parent advisory, student advisory committee with certain board members.
It was me, my name was Latoya Dr.
Right,
Weber,
right,
I was
okay,
one.
and the board member is not here anymore. We could sit in the room and they could say, equal discipline and bathroom safety, and this and this and this are our top priorities, and what would be presented to the board? Would that be it? Or would it be steered? Or would it be, comments on social media are their number one concerns? I don't want these committees to be used as personal steering committees. I want them to actually be the voice of the parents and actually be the voice of the students. So when I hear what I hear, I get real concerned that if I have really good hard work that I want to do on a particular item, that the committee is going to be weaponized against me to say that, facilities committee, according to the students, is not a priority. And that's just a concern, and beyond that, it's nothing to do with you
No,
whatsoever.
no. But I want you to like understand this. The same way you would like us to put our trust in you to be the person that's on the committee you're on, it's gonna have to be reciprocated. That you're gonna have to trust your fellow board members that they're gonna do their job. The same way we have to trust that you're gonna do your job.
Exactly.
That's it, that's all.
Okay, can we move on to the final thing, which is the board
Actually,
committee? Or did you have any more questions on that?
All I want to say is we can't focus on the past. We have to move forward. So, yes, we have had issues in the past. Yes, there's been whatever chaos or things, I don't want to put words in people's mouths, but we will not move forward until we actually try to, which I have said to everyone, to try and stop dwelling on the past and put some faith in people and let them put their words where their mouth is. So until we attempt to do it, we can't do anything.
I would say that it's important to move past, so you
I
can't
think
forget
that's
the
an
past.
excellent
because
closing
you don't wanna make
statement.
the same
Let's
mistake
leave on a high
twice, right?
note.
So you want to correct your mistake from your past mistakes when you move forward. But we're on the parent voice and the student voice, right?
I just think we gotta be able to move forward. If one does it, we can't wait until after, so we gotta be consistent. That's all I'm saying. I don't have a problem with moving forward, but we can't pick and choose when we make that statement. That's all I'm saying. We can all work better to hold one another accountable, to call each other in a respectful manner when we overstep.
I hope that the goal setting is I hope that the goal setting is a turning point. I really.
Well, if we can all agree to be more respectful towards each other, that would be great.
Noted.
Yeah.
All right, are we,
Okay, so we're on the policy, we're on the sports committee done. We're just almost done. We're this close, okay? So we have those committees and, actually I did some deep diving and found some resolutions that say they were standing committees on those deep dives. And I also have those printed out here for everybody. But the way the committees operated made it seem like they were not that. So our policy says, and I put the policies there as well for everybody. I have another one here.
I have the policy, but is it
Here you
in a
go.
resolution?
yep.
So
Resolutions.
we need to address that issue, but the way those policies, the committees were running, the committees, our policy there, you have DCE, DCF, and CE, right? So we have set these up as standing committees, and I don't know if that aligns with the committee, with what our policy committee set for standing committees. Those committees, because we had advisory committees that appointed presidents, vice presidents, treasurers within those committees. Two board members are supposed to run the committee and be appointed to the committee, chairperson appointed by the board president.
Point of order.
And they're supposed to be, open to the Open Meetings Act, so we have meeting minutes that are redacted. What are you looking for?
Where we are in our agenda, because we had resolution, then we had parent voice, student voice.
That's where we're at, it's right here.
So what, okay, so,
Did I give you, I don't know if I, here.
It's the last 2 pages of the packet.
okay.
So those committees had meeting minutes with redactions. They had not, the roll call was not on them all the time. The majority of the time, the board discussion was not that they were reporting to the board, we were picking members to be on those committees. So they were not really operating per our policy, BCE, and that causes a lot of confusion. if you want to protect the students from anonymity, that's why we said, oh, we don't want people to see who they are. Those meetings can be recorded. People can come in and watch them. We were told they're afraid of retaliation. That's why they don't want them to be superintendents under CE committees, right? That's concerning because these are open meetings. They're going to hear what they have to say. They can't say under the cloak of people not knowing what they're saying. Of course, everybody will know what they're saying because they're open meetings that can be recorded. And our meetings are supposed to be recorded. So to me, it fits better under the superintendents because then they have the protection of anonymity. We just don't have it with a BCE. And there could be a lot of problems with how those meetings and those minutes read right now.
But we've already formed the parent rental.
So, yeah, but we're gonna have to push that back. Also, if we have a committee, we have to have set goals for it. So the goals that we put up, well, you know, we have to have, we set them up as standing committees, so they're gonna have no anonymity at all. Those can be recorded. They're not gonna be, if you're afraid, if they wanna be candid, there's a committee meeting where it's public and the public can come and people can record it. That's not going to create the anonymity that you want. And you have to have their names on there. You have to have how they voted on there, if they voted. If it's a standing committee, they shouldn't be doing that.
If you have the authority, which I will ask Megan if you do, to establish a student voice committee or a parental voice committee, if you had the power to do that, would you do that?
Yes, and we do it. So we have a super group where the superintendent goes around and meets with us. We also have principal, student advisory groups.
Well, you just keep throwing around that this should be a superintendent's committee, but we can't force the superintendent to create a committee. So we're kind of at a standstill.
We certainly can force them to. We do have the authority to say, hey, you need to have a student voice committee or a student advisory committee. And I would say those committees, in my opinion, should represent our different areas. We have Columbus students who live up in Independence Village. We have Madison Township students who are in Madison Township. We have Groveport students who are in Groveport. We even have OVED students. And the committee as it was structured, we don't know, were they all being represented? Because I think all those different communities should be represented in any committee.
So to answer that question, they were because there were students from each school. Now, we tried to break it down by zip code, but it was based on how they applied. But there were students represented from each school. That's how it was done because we did not, and then also how the students actually applied. So we had to work multiple times. Mr. Smathers went out multiple times to the principals, making sure we've got a diverse group of students. That way it wasn't always the same students, the students that may not be on student council, they wouldn't encourage those students to quiet students. We wanted to make sure we tapped into those students. So all students were represented, which then represents those communities, maybe not specific by neighborhood, which would have been ideal. However, it was best by school.
I realize it was by school, but that's not what I said. What I said was by area zip code. Just because they went to one school doesn't mean that they were representing, that all areas were represented. And hopefully they were, I don't know, but I'm just saying, I think that should be a criteria. But we can say that the superintendent needs to have that committee. We have that ability, right?
Right, you could direct that, but as we discussed earlier when we talked about general standards as they relate to board committees and administrative committees, if the board is directing an administrator to create a committee, likely that's going to be viewed as a board committee. So if the thought process behind that would be an administrative committee is created so that OMA requirements are not applicable, the board directing that to happen likely is going to be a factor that would lend itself to that being viewed effectively as a board committee, even if they call it an administrative
Right,
committee. So,
and the board spoke. The board wants board committees. These would be board committees. No, so is this,
Well,
hold on. Is this all new? I mean, are we just doing this now?
No, those are our policies, our current policies.
I'm just saying, like, the resolution and all this discussion.
The resolutions are.
That's your resolution from 2024.
2023, it looks like.
Yeah.
2023.
Oh, okay, I got really
They both
confused when
say
I
they're
saw a
only-
resolution. I thought we were getting ready to try to do something here.
I was just deeply concerned that I voted as a majority board, that this is being kind of dragged out because we all don't agree, but the majority agrees.
Right, that's what I
I'm
just
not,
said.
yeah, I'm not understanding what the debate is when it's already been voted on.
Well, the debate is that when we established these, how we put these board committees together before was in secret, not letting anybody know who when we
How is
did
it in secret?
the members of the students. They
No,
were by number, we didn't know who they were.
Oh, you're saying to the public, it was
To the
redacted to the
public,
public?
yeah, to the public.
It was
And-
redacted to us too, right? Didn't we just vote
And
by
then
number?
the meeting minutes.
We voted by number, but you saw
redacted,
everything, you
and
had access to everything.
Gotcha, okay, thank you.
We had our own spreadsheet, but when we
We
said
had,
the name,
we
didn't say
did them by
names.
number, so all board, the student applications were numbered, right?
Yeah,
They weren't named,
They were not.
they were, huh?
I said they were not, you're correct. Yeah.
Right, so we didn't know who they were, that was secret. It was by number, that's what I meant actually, that's okay. And that took days of process. But,
So we have some different
like,
things to do. We have some different
John made a
things to do.
good point though, like, we have football teams and basketball teams and those players' names are on their back.
Yeah, I think we can
That
identify
would be
better
student
ways to do it.
directory information, which would be exception to FERPA under federal and state law.
So if they're sitting on a committee, that would be,
Well, so certain information is designated by the board as student directory information, right? But then there's other information that's student record, which is protected. But again, it sounds to me like what has happened, and I may be wrong because I was not present for these things, but based on this information, it looks like the board has acted to designate these board committees. There may also be some administrative committees that are in play as well. As we talked about before, any committee that is a committee of the board needs to comply with OMA, which means that there's going to be that, notice open to the public and keeping of minutes. The minutes have to be acceptable. And unless there is a legal justification for redaction or something like that, right, then there would be limitations there in terms of redaction. But how the committee is structured in terms of what information is created would have an impact on any analysis there. But again, so a board created committee of this nature would need to comply with OMA. An administrative committee that is focused on, again, parent or student feedback would not.
So we just need to, we have a committee, we have committees formed. We need to assign the committees and then we have to determine the correct way to do it now that it is a board committee, right? And make sure that if we appoint students to the committee, we do that legally, lawfully, right?
How about if I throw this out there? Would the
That's
committee be willing to sit down and write something up so we have it all outlined on how this will happen for Open Meetings Act, what will be redacted, what will not be redacted? So we are in line with FERPA and have it all lined out before the next board
That's
meeting.
exactly
And
what we did, but I can rewrite what we did.
I'm just saying that way
because
it's
we were told-
done.
I thought that's where FERPA came in and that's why the names weren't. But the meeting notices were done. There may have been some disconnect with meeting minutes with who was there to get those. But outside of that, the meeting notices were put out.
Yeah, well, and again, I can't.
And so I guess that's where we.
I can't, so if you requested and were provided legal advice in terms of how to process that, obviously that would have been before my time here.
Correct.
So I can't speak to the legal advice you may or may not have been provided at that time. And obviously having not seen the documents either, right? Certainly a board committee could implement practices where there's a limitation on the records created and generated by the committee, right? Or like the practices of the committee would be to use student numbers or something like, I don't know. I don't know what practices were implemented to be able to speak to the appropriateness of those practices, but
I don't think, it's just to make sure it's clear why we did have to. We, as the board, at the time when we voted, majority wanted to, OSBA had showed this as a best practice, especially where there's a disconnect, like I was talking about, between the students, certain people in the community, I'll say it just like that, and the schools. So this was the way for the board at the top to change that culture, because nothing's gonna change until you change it from the top down, right? So that was the goal, was to go in there, even though the supervisor is doing what he's doing, but this was our opportunity to hear directly from them. And then also talking about advocacy, things like that. That it wasn't, and that's why there was a president and vice president, just for that role, just for them to practice governance, because that's what we saw in the model of the OSBA conference. That's where that came into play.
Yeah.
So it was no more than that, not that we were trying to duplicate what the superintendent had or anyone else, but it was more so for us to hear firsthand, and we all reported out. Now, as far as students coming to a 7 o'clock meeting with activities, that did not happen. That is true. Now, we've had other groups come, yes, and then with the parent side, we never got there. We were preparing to, but that just didn't happen.
So can I clarify, because it seems like FERPA is just this broad overly used word. So if a student is participating in a student advisory committee, that's not a student record. I mean, is it?
Well, it could depend, not necessarily, but what is and is not a student record depends on the content of the record that's created, right? And whether FERPA could be, or 33-19-321 at the state level could be used as a justification for redacting would depend on the record in question, right? It wouldn't be a blanket application.
Yeah,
You
not
would have
everything's
to
an
analyze.
educational record.
Again, some of that information could be directory information, so to the extent that the student in question has not opted out of directory information and the request being made is not a request for profit-making plan or activity, it could potentially be released so it would depend on the request being made. And again, I just want to be clear, it's not a problem to have board committees of this nature. It's not a problem to have administrative committees of this nature. It's not a problem to have both, right? And it's not a problem to establish them in the way that, the board sees fit for the board committees, the administration for the administrative committees. What is just important is to ensure that depending on how they've been established, that any legal obligations associated with that are then applied. Yeah.
And so for this purpose, since the board majority is voted, I can provide what we did do, if that would help. And then I think in this instance, since the board has voted on this as the majority, this would be an opportunity we would engage with legal counsel to review what we did do and then tell us how it should be done. So we are in compliance. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yep.
Okay.
I think that would be good, and also to look at our policies, which policy aligns best with that committee.
Or if we
Would
need
it
to
be
change the policy.
The
do what we need to do.
BCE or BCS, which one would align best with that? And then maybe, like, if somebody comes with a recording, it's an open meeting, right? You
And
can't
it
stop
sounds like if
somebody
we
from
change
coming
it
to
and make
record.
it definite, that it could still be, right, that's why I just wanted
Like,
another
we
review.
just changed
But I
make it
will
black
say,
and
when
white.
we did it, we proposed it to legal counsel first to see how we could do it. And then we did it that way, so that's all I can say. I'll give you what we've got, we can review it again to make sure we're to address Ms. Walsh's concerns. If we need to revise policy, if it needs to go with another policy, whatever, the board majority voted for these two committees, so we just need to make sure it works, that's it.
And I would like to see, I wasn't a part of this legal counsel thing, so did they provide something in writing or?
I'll go back and I'm pretty sure it was presented,
I mean,
just
I'd
like
like
when
to
we
know what
did.
they said.
So
I
just
asked
like-
Latoya to
I'm
send
gonna
it to me.
I'm gonna put it out and get it to through everything, because what I have is,
Great.
I don't know if we have a certain written thing, I know they presented, just like when we did the Ed Trust. Same thing, there was a whole presentation on how we do it, same thing, we did the same thing with this committee, or at least the questions were asked, it could have been through our admin on how for them to set this up, whereas I don't recall having a specific conversation, but once it was voted upon, we would pass it back over to admin like we do. We're not in the day-to-day, we're not setting up our own committees per se, we're working with the people who are paid 9 to 5 to do that, because we're at our other job, we're at our job, that's 9 to 5, so I'll have a good time.
And not to discourage you, Megan, but we can actually send it to
I
me.
move- I move.
You
that we-
have
can do that.
Just throwing it out there. There you go, John.
Adjourn.
I
Did you hear
second.
what I said?
No. I'm
We're sending it to the
adjourn.
prosecutor's
We're gonna send it to the prosecutor's office. We're gonna-
Yeah, I mean, look, you can ask 10 different lawyers the same question.
So,
11
boom.
people.
I know,
So,
I
I
know.
mean, at the end of the day, ultimately, if you guys see, and again, I can't.
We have a
speak to
motion
anyone.
on the floor in a second.
I know, I know.
Um,
I can,
To the extent that you would like me to review it, I would be happy to. Please do let me know though for certain, so I can make sure that if there is something that we.
if it's okay, I will go to the prosecutor's office first, and then I can go to Ms. Megan. Is that okay with everybody?
I would like to have Megan just look at it. Myself.
Isn't the point?
We just
We
went over
already
all
said
that.
we weren't doing that, and that's not on our thing.
We never said we weren't doing it. We said we were going to do it when it was applicable. Oh my lord, I am not even voting, I'm leaving.
Scratch it out.
It's part of the revised code. It is statute. You don't need a standing authorization to do it. Oh my god.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Good evening, safe
Hit
everybody.
the freaking thing.
10:53.
What is the plan of that?
Virtual Mac, Ruby Blue by Mac.
Thank you.
Yes, girl. And then you gotta be,
It's never.
everybody says, no, I
know,
get all the time.
Making it
I
sound
don't
like-
know, it just works with me. I don't, everyone asks me that. And then I use File Fabulous. That's the other